Okay, yeah, it's time again. Time of the week we read through our magazine some more. Yeah, maybe we get most of them done hopefully tonight. That's left in this issue. We shall see, I guess. Depends how addicted we get to whatever game we come up to. Anyway, our first game tonight is Gyroscope. Yeah, let's go for the review. Yeah, as far as home computers are concerned, this is a stunningly original game featuring a tough to control gyroscope on its perilous journey through 28 devilish screens. It's based on an arcade game called Marble Madness, but like all such imitations, it doesn't quite match up to the original. The game takes place against a futuristic and abstract group of 28 screens, which have to be negotiated by a gyroscope. The gyro spins on an axis and is purely with joystick or key action, can be moved in all directions. It spins upon a smooth surface divided up into squares, giving the whole scene a geometric look. The landscape is contoured by slopes, towers, shadows, canyons, and ledges that give each screen a very attractive design. The task facing your spinning scope is to get to the bottom of the 28 screen course, which is composed of 7 sections, 4 screens in each. The sections have to be completed within a 60-second time limit by reaching a large green square on the 4th screen. Points are scored for each new onto the next page screen visited as a bonus for the time left at the end of the stage. The trouble with gyroscopes is that they have the annoying habit of running into or off things and falling over. They're only allowed 7 lives, and one of these is lost every time you fall over or run out of time, but another is added for every 1,000 points scored. Gyroscopes have lives. Many obstacles stand in your way, and each one presents a particular problem. Narrow ledges call for very tight control, which is far from easy with a machine that suffers from inertia. Many sections have to be steered around very slowly, and one wrong twitch on the joystick may send you crashing off the course. Controlling these situations is initially extremely difficult, but as you get used to it, it becomes a finely balanced challenge to test your joystick skills. Keyboard players may find things harder, but it will certainly sharpen up the reactions. Control becomes even harder on some patches of ground that are made up of slippery grass, steep slopes, and magnets. Glass disables your controls as the gyro skids across it, because we know broken glass is slippery. Maybe it's intact, I don't know. Possibly to its doom. Steep slopes accelerate you down them, and sometimes at angles, and can also throw the gyro to an early grave. Magnets are really nasty and can disorient the controls and bounce you about all over the place. Some screens have large areas of open space with an odd buoyancy effect on the gyro. The most difficult hazard are the aliens that inhabit some screens. They move around in general zones, but within that area their actions are random, so that getting past them can be a real pain in the gyro. They seem to hit you unfairly sometimes when you get close to them, and it can be enormously frustrating after mastering the technique of control, only to find an infuriatingly random hazard. As you move from one screen to the next, the display scrolls jerkily to reveal the new area, and although the screens look good, there isn't much animation. The musical accompaniment is full of variations on a theme, and unfortunately this goes off key in places. The most annoying feature is the dissolving title screen as you start a game. It takes several seconds and serves no obvious use. Plenty of marks for originality and gameplay, and as ever, it's a very slick package from Melbourne House. The minor niggles can become very annoying in this sort of frustration game, but I was left wanting even more and varied screens. A great game that could be just that bit better. Second opinion. On my first go, I thought the control in this game was going to be so awkward that I'd just leave it alone. But I found myself having another go, and then another, and then it really is very addictive. It's also very rough and will demand a lot of anyone who plays it, even if they are joystick maestros. A very smooth and impressive game. Good news! Attractive and well-designed screens. Great control once you've got the hang of it. Very original gameplay. A very tough frustration game. Really looking forward to playing a game that's reviewed as a frustration game. Bad news. Little animation, bad scrolling, and imprecise alien collision spoil the graphics. Maybe too frustrating if you don't like the control. Graphics 70, Sonic 71, grab factor 84, staying power 73, overall rating 78%. Now we get to play the game for ourselves. Okay. Okay. No, we're not going to cheat. Done level 1. Yeah, this is music. Just a slow fade out. Okay. Oh, music continues. It's something, I guess. Okay, there's one screen. And you just die when you fall off, huh? Oh, died, huh? Oh. Hey! It's one stage done. Oh. This little drop just kills you. Oh no, just touch the wall, you die. you bounce off the top of the screen. Oh. Yeah. Music's going. Okay. First stage is easy. Oh, careful. Don't touch the wall. And you die right at the end. That's perfect. Oh! It bounced off the top again. Okay, go to the next screen. Okay. 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 Managed that just barely. Oh. No, can't touch the wall, it's death. Oh. Tight. Oh, good collision. Oh. Get past these things. Oh, really? Yeah. Whew. That's some collision detection. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Falling apart already. No, hit the wall. Oh, this is going well. Nope. Ten seconds. Okay. Oh, careful. Whoa, whoa, oh. Oh. Yeah. That's what I mean by the controls. Takes some getting used to. Then you just have the random enemies. With these stupid hitboxes. We'll give it one more attempt. Alright. Oh, careful. A little too fast. Careful, hit the wall. Oh! Go! No! Bounced off the top of the screen again. Oh, good. Jesus. Oh, jeez! This rebounds you off the wall. The side of the screen. Oh, don't do that. Oh, wow. The time's running out already. Well, the stage ain't getting finished this time. Yo! And time runs out. Oh, you can stay. You can go. Stay where you are though. Oh, careful. Whoa. Okay, another extra life. help or something. Okay. This is as far as we've gotten. Oh, you just can't get anywhere near them. You're not getting past that little black thing. How do you avoid them? Stupid! Alright, that's... oh. Nope, maybe not. Yeah. Okay. We'll move on to the next game. This next game is one I've played before. Turn it off. Okay. There we go. Next game, Barry McGuigan's World Championship Boxing. Another boxing game. Well, at least it's not as stupid as Rocco is. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Hot on the heels of the World Championship triumphs last year, BM has made his computer debut in just the same dynamic and powerful style that typifies his boxing. Despite being the fourth boxing game on the market in recent months, it more than matches the others and will provide long hours of fisticuff entertainment. The contest can take the form of two-player battles or of one player battling against the 19 computer opponents as he tries to beat Barry for his world title. The first action of the prospective world champion is to create his own boxer from various characteristics in true Frankenstein style. It can be black or white and have various shades of hair colour and shorts. Judge for yourself whether they make any difference to your performance. Probably don't. The most important is the boxing style you choose and your personality, which can be one of several types, from a nice guy, slugger, to a loudmouth dancer. The style of boxing will determine the best punches and tactics for use in a fight, while the personality will affect the attitude of the boxer. This is all revealed in the boxer's profile, which gives information on his strength, stamina, endurance, agility, best punch, recovery, fight record, and winnings. Having examined this, she can now head your man towards his first fight. The boxer can begin as a new pro or contender, which will determine whether he starts at 20th or 10th in the world rankings. He can decide to take on one of the two boxers ahead of him in the rankings, or the one behind him. Each fight will have details on the purse, a number of weeks to train for it, and the number of rounds. Having selected the opponent, his profile can be examined. It gives the same information as yours and hopefully reveals his weakness. The strategy element continues with the weeks in training camp with 5 different training routines: heavy bag, light bag, sparring, roadwork, and weights. All can be allocated to build up areas of your fighting ability. The strategy side of the game is quite absorbing and vital as well, because one wrong decision may leave you with little chance in the fight. The fights take place over 10 or 12 rounds of 3 minutes, slightly faster than real time each, The ring is shown in 2D with the boxes moving left and right, but despite this, there are several dimensions to the fighting. The first is that the boxes move automatically depending on their boxing style, leaving you to concentrate on the punching. There are 8 different moves that work at 2 distances. When the boxes are close together, the inside punches such as uppercut and hook need to be used. Further apart, outside moves are needed, like the jab. Crosses and body shots can be used at both distances. Each punch requires different amounts of energy and has different effects on your opponent. Each fight requires a long-term plan to either KO your opponent with some big punching, wear him down, and then stop him with a series of knockdowns, or try to outpoint him. The last of these is extremely difficult and will require a lot of skill. When a flurry of punches occurs, the crowd's excitement will increase, while a knockdown will provide a wild cheering and flashing of camera bulbs. At the end of the round, a break is taken to show the points, situation, and stamina, strength, and endurance ratings. If you win a fight, you move up in the rankings, and the boxer's skill may increase along with his earnings. There is an excellent blend of strategy, tactics, and arcade action, which to provide a great boxing simulation that probably gets as close to the real thing as possible. The long-term challenge of moving up the rankings is a tough one. It keeps you at it, and with so much variety possible, it you shouldn't tire easily. I hate to say it, but a real knockout. I always knew Barry M could box a bit, but his programming skills come as a revelation. This is the best punch 'em up yet on the Amstrad. A really exciting blend of fistic fury and calm strategy. The thrill of winning my first fight against Cannibal Corby roused the whole office from their soda-induced torpor. I was cheered around the streets of Somerton, the brass band played, etc., etc. What makes the game is the fact that from the very beginning you know what skill rather than luck is the determining factor. If you train properly, go to bed early, live a clean life, and throw the right punches, you'll do well. Style and Temperament Guide. Here's a list of the different boxing styles you can have. Dancer moves around a lot and really goes in close to punch. Boxer likes to keep his distance and punch in flurries. Mixed, an unpredictable style that makes you hard to be for your opponents to read. Slugger likes to get in close and batter away, doesn't tire easily. Bulldog likes to trade blows toe to toe and trap feebler men on the ropes. The personality traits that will determine the boxer's attitude are nice guy, erratic, hot temper, loudmouth, and bruiser. Good news! 19 different but tough fighters to battle. Great variety in boxes you can create. Good strategy element in the plan of action. Ring action demands plenty of skill. Excellent graphical and sound touches like KOs and crowd roar. True 2-player action. Bad news, not for pacifists. Graphics 77, Sonic 75. Grab factor 87, staying power 86. Overall rating 86%. Hand built by humanoids, apparently. Now we can get on with this. Who released this thing? Activision. It's an Activision game. This is not going to fit, is it? Shrink to fit. There we go. Okay. I've forgotten what the file name for this thing is. Oh, I guess I got it right. Good guess. Okay. Here we go. Now I gotta remember how I used to play this back in the day. Just probably terribly anyway, but still. Okay. We'll just... Star rank boxing. One play game. What's a new boxer? Boxer's name. Let's call him Dole because he's want to. We have yellow trunks. We don't have yellow trunks. Boo. Okay, red then. Style boxer. Image erratic. Hot temper. Loud mouth. Bruiser. Nice guy. Okay, stick with default then. New pro or contender. Contender. Start at the bottom. Who's this new pro, shouldn't I? That's the... never mind. Werewolf Brown. Good name. Start there, shall we? Strength weak. Sounds good. Recovery slow. Sounds even better. We used to train at 12. Sure. Whatever. Here we go. Oh geez, she's fast. Ow. I don't think it's going well. Come on. Oh, geez, here we go. Audience is ecstatic. buttons. Oh, jeez. Uh, uh. Well, round 3. Oh, jeez. Well, we just punch each other. It'll work, I'm sure. Sure, won't it? Oh, he's down. Oh, it didn't last long. Okay. We just trade punch. Oh no. Don't know if you do anything to get up or not, but whatever. Nope, down again. Get up, get up. Nope, there. I'm sure technical knockouts are not a thing, apparently. Whatever. Well, that worked out well. What is this? It's still ecstatic. I suppose it's something. Still got some money over it again, I guess. Oh, just try again. Get random. Stick with red. There's no yellows. So. Yeah, there's some yellow. New pro. Start at the bottom. That should be the bottom now. Attitude negative. Endurance poor. That's going to be fun. Strength is feeble. Cannonball Corby. Well, let's see what happens. We've only got 6 weeks to train, apparently. Oh well. See what happens this time. Punch, 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 punch. Here we go. He's gonna stand there. Oh, he's ecstatic, apparently. Well, he's still ecstatic. It didn't really sound like it, but whatever. Round 3. Hey, gone down. Oh, he's up again. And he's down again. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Yay! We win! See if we can continue. Bulldozer Cannon, Thunder Thompson. 12 weeks to take this one. Strength feeble. Okay. Okay. See how well this goes. Eh. Oh. Punch, punch, punch. And he's down already. 5, 6, 7, 8. No, that was quick. That was quick. Okay. Strength is still feeble. Boom, boom, Bertie. Bulldozer Gannon. Haven't really got much time for anything or whatever. See what happens. Oh boy. And he's down. 3. Oh, stay down long. Hey, Dream Harry, just be boxing. Yeah. Or trying to. Well, yeah, something like that. Let's do it until someone falls over or something. Yeah. We'll go down eventually, alright? Can't take that forever. Well, I'm not sure who got the worst of that. It's just like real boxing. Oh no, we're down. Well, oh no, we're up again. Oh, we're down again. Oh, we're up again. Yeah, yeah. Oh, be another round somehow. Oh, oh no, we're down again. Oh, and we're up again. Oh, we're down again. And we're up again. Yeah. And he's down. Let's change. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh boy. And somehow we win. Boy, is this ecstatic. Okay, we'll do one more fight. Strength is now weak. Well, it's better than feeble, I guess. Pretty Boy Snyder. Boom Boom Bertie. 12 weeks for either of them, so yes. Agility sluggish. Strength is awesome! Well, that's gonna be fun. Okay, see what happens. Okay. Round 2. Yeah. The controls are not bad. The movement is automatic, but you choose what punches you throw or if you block. Audience is always ecstatic. Jeez. Oh, we're down. Oh, we're down again. Clock stops when you're knocked down. It's different. Oh, then we're down. And then we're down again. And we're up again. And we're down again. Yeah, but that. uh, Still get 81,000 bucks for losing. Alright, well, we can move on to the next game now. Alright. We got some time for Blaby games. Life Expectancy 0. Yeah, this is a game they made. suppose it's less cheap, I guess. Anyway. Older readers may remember a game from the dawn of computer time, which was generally known as light cycles. You controlled a coloured blob moving around a grid on screen. The computer controlled another blob. The object was to whiz around, occupying as much territory as possible for as long as possible, all the while avoiding running into the lines you had laid down or the edges of the screen. That's what you get in this offering from Blaby. You start against only one computer opponent and work your way through to as many as 5. It won't take you long because the computer is really pretty dim and doesn't need much encouragement to tie itself up in knots and commit suicide. This is a very simple game which will not appeal to the demanding gamester for very long. Graphics are rudimentary, but the sound does use a DK-Tronics synthesizer. Does it? I did not check that. We'll try that. Where does this continue? Is that it? Okay. Second opinion. I was initially pleased to see this vision of the old games of surround and grid cycles from Tron, but after cracking it on the first game, for this nostalgia didn't last long. Seldom have I encountered a computer opponent so inept. It was like playing against the Keystone Cops in a demolition derby. A scrolling title screen is nice, but the gameplay would put an insomniac to sleep. Good news, may stoke the fires of nostalgia. Bad news, slow, far too easy, no staying power. Graphics 29, Sonics 35, grab factor 25, staying power 15, overall rating 23%. It's about as good as Renegade was, the previous issue. Okay. Time to start playing this wonderful game. Okay. Oh, I forgot one thing. I forgot to enable the speech synthesizer. If it does use that, might as well. Should work. Here we go. Yeah, speech rob. Oh, there it goes. It does use it. Right. Here we go.
Avoid enemy light cycle.
Yep. Easy.
Completed. Bonus award.
Oh, now we got 2 of them. Well, I just gotta survive longer than it does. Well, here we go.
Completed. Bonus award.
pretty stupid.
bonus award.
We got 4 at once. We went the wrong way there, that's for sure.
Completed. Bonus award.
It's a little flickery. Let's get this up a little corner.
Completed. Bonus award.
Back down to 1 again. That didn't take long.
Completed. Bonus award. Completed. Bonus award.
Yeah.
Completed. Bonus award.
And keep going.
Completed. Bonus award.
Yep.
Completed. Bonus award. Completed. Bonus award.
Oh, whoops. Made a mistake.
Completed. Bonus award.
Oh.
Completed. Bonus award.
Oh. Oops. Pause every time one of them
Completed.
hits something is annoying. Oh, shoot me that way, huh?
Completed. Bonus award. Completed. Bonus award.
Yep. Keep himself around the little corner.
Completed. Bonus award.
Keep her in the little corner now. Yeah.
Completed. Bonus award.
Oh, whoops.
Game over. Press any key.
Press any key. Yeah. That's the game. The AI is a little stupid. But there's nice scrolling on the title screen because it's probably the most impressive bit of it, really. Uh, anyway, well, we won't bother playing that again. It's what you see is what you get. It's a fairly easy game. Right, it's back to the magazine. The next game we got is Tim Loves Cricket. A whole cricket game. Or another one. Joystick with keys, even. As England prepare for their mammoth task in the Test series against the West Indies, you can sit back in a comfy chair and while away a few lazy hours playing cricket on Arnold. Rain won't stop play, and the only bad light you'll have to worry about is if there's a power cut. The game is a combination of joystick and keyboard action with a hefty dose of tactics and cricketing strategy. Either one-day games or full-blown test matches can be played, and whether you play the computer or a friend, there will always be a result. Never a draw. Really? Have you seen test matches? Draw's the most common result. First step is to decide which teams you want to play. As England team and a World 11 are initially provided, but if you don't fancy the programmer's selection, these are easily changed. Each of the 11 players on the two sides has 3 types of information on them. A description of the type of player, batsman, wicketkeeper, fast, medium or spin bowler, a bowling rating and a batting rating. These descriptions can be altered before the match to produce a composition of players you like. The bowling and batting ratings have to be allocated out of a maximum of 30 and 50 points respectively, but 9 is the highest that one player can be rated. When allocating bowling points, you need to remember that 6 bowlers will be needed for a one-day game, but less for a test match. Having decided the type of game and opponent, there are 3 skill levels to select, from village green, county, and test match. The difference between them is the speed at which action sections of the game move. The bowling side has to use the cursor keys to control the player's actions, while the batsman uses joystick. Is this game 2-player only? That might be fun. Having selected a bowler, remember not to tire one individual out. You can control the speed of approach, angle of delivery, pitch of the ball, and the swing or spin. This is done using a 3D animated sequence in which the bowler runs up the screen, which then scrolls to reveal the batsman as the ball is delivered. The run-up is nicely animated, except for the bowler's feet, which are reminiscent of Charlie Chaplin's. The batsman has control over both batsman's body and bat. As the ball approaches, he has to quickly get into position and angle the bat to hit the ball. He can be out in most of the usual ways like LBW, clean bowled, or hit wicket. If he makes contact or the ball whizzes by the wicket, the view changes to that of the whole ground dotted with stickmen players. These can be positioned at the start of the over to try to prevent runs. At this stage, the batsmen can run, but are still at risk from catches and run-outs. Fielders chase the ball and can be made to dive to stop it. Controlling them can be tiresome as you have to keep switching players, and when they do dive, they look like they've just fallen out of a pub. The ball is automatically thrown back when a fielder reaches it in a long, curving arc to the wicketkeeper's end. Can you choose one end to throw it to? Well, not that realistic then. The action continues like this, with runs totting up, wickets going down, and statistics being compiled until the teams are out of the 60 overs. It's up for a limited overs game. 60 overs. One day is a 50 overs. How long ago? It's been 50 overs as long as I can remember. Against the computer, you won't last long against a decent team, but a friend can provide much more unpredictability and excitement. The graphics are unsophisticated, but serve their purpose, as do the noises of liver on Witho, well, wet kipper on Blanc Mange, then, and footsteps. Certainly one for the fan, but with a potentially wider appeal. The batsman pads up to face another vicious delivery from a West Indian paceman. Gooch, it's Graham Gooch. Second opinion. If you're not a fan of the real thing, beware of this program. It takes almost as much time to play as a test match and demands a lot of attention from the player. If you're prepared to give it, the game will reward you. The computer opponent, though, can be tiresomely good, catching everything in sight, whacking each ball for boundaries, and dismissing you for a pathetic total. It will then score in the region of 1,000 very quickly. How much? It's very realistic then. Play a humanoid, it's more fun. Good news, best cricket game yet on Amstrad. 1 day and test match games, plenty of variety and options and skills required. A really tough computer opponent or two-player excitement. Bad news, cricket's a funny game and may not appeal to all. Very little sound, no lunch or tea intervals. Graphics 57, Sonic 17, grab factor 62, staying power 69, overall rating 67%. This is all rather average. Let's get this started up. See. Who did Peak Soft? Alright. This one I couldn't find a disc image for, so I have to load off cassette. For reasons. Oh. So we have a little bit of loading time. F2 is supposed to start the tape. I mistyped it. No wonder it didn't work. It's supposed to complain when the files are not found. Here we go. I've set the yep. I've muted the tape output. And now we load it. This is going to be exciting couple of minutes. Thank God for fast forward. Most exciting loading screen ever. more minutes left on the tape. No. Do you want to load in your own teams? No. England. Use the keyboard to change the teams. Press enter when you are happy. We won't bother changing anything. World team. Use the keyboard to change the teams. Press enter when you are happy. We are happy. Do you want to save your teams? No. Are you playing the computer? Yes. Choose your team. We'll go for the world team. Usually because England usually sucks. Okay. You've won the toss. Do you want to bat first? Sure, batting's more fun. What's standard of play? Test, county, village. Go village. The weather is wet. Oh, we can just pack it in and then just go home instead if it's wet. Play a one-day game. Yes. P for practice. Yes, to start. Edmonds will bowl. He's just sidestep. He's sidestepping. Oh. Oh, that was a good start. Good start. Maybe we should have stayed in front of the wickets. That would have been a good idea. Just sidestepping again. It's running. Whee! Oh. 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 Gotta hold the button, otherwise they stop running. Because that's exactly how it works. No! Oh dear. Well, this is going well. Sure, in practice I did this, play this better. Oh! I'll move out of the way for. Oh, jeez. This is going well. Well, there we go. We didn't get out on that delivery for change. Well, 1 over down. Foster will bowl. I know he's faster. Oh, really? Really? Notice they actually animated the swing of the bat. That'd make it a bit more obvious what's happening. Oh, this is going well. We haven't scored a single run. No, don't run that. Oh no, go, run. Ball just stops there. No one there to catch it, it just stops. Alright, we've got 1 run. Woo! Oh, jeez, he missed it. Go, run. Hey, 4 runs. I feel like I earned that one. The running animation. Got that one. 6 for 6. Yeah. Doing well. Ow. Well. Six for 7. Wonderful. Oh. Really? Oh boy. 6 for 8. Seven for 8. Oh. 7 for 9. This is not going to last long. No, don't run. Oh, jeez, it was a... Run, 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 run. Yeah. 8 for 9. Wonderful. Yeah, go, 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 go. Yeah, run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Perfect. There's no one there to catch the ball, though. Shouldn't be an overthrow. It's maybe just me. 11 for 9. Okay. Oh. Well, we got 11 runs. Wonderful. Okay. Now we get to bowl. I have no idea how bowling works. Gotta use the keyboard. Gotta use the keyboard to bowl, apparently. Oh, jeez. Run, 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 run. Anyone else running for it? Well, this isn't going to take long. Oh, I was hoping I could run to the back of the umpire. Oh, stop them. How is he the only one running? How do I change players? It just falls over when you push the button. Ugh. Oh, that's right. Oh, that was stupid. How do you change players? To switch between players. Jeez. Really? This is stupid. How do you change players? Yes. Well, England has won. Yeah. And we're back to letting our own teams in. I think we've had enough of that. That was delightfully one-sided. Okay. We can switch. We can just get back to the magazine. We've had enough cricket for now. Okay. Next game. Oh, we got adverts. Next game is The Hustler. You can probably guess what type of game this might be. Oh no, it's a bubble bust game. This is a game which has been around for a long time on other computers. It's rather a late appearance on the Arnold, giving it a budget-ish price. As a game, it will hold few surprises for anyone, unless they've managed to miss their interminable hours of snooker on the telly recently. Of course, this isn't snooker, but pool. As such, there are fewer balls on the table, which can only be an advantage if your aim isn't quite as true as Minnesota Fats. There are, in fact, only 6 balls to pot. But there is a choice of 3 different ways of doing this, for 1 player against the computer, or for 2 players. You can just go for putting all the balls down. Yes, it says putting in any order, any pocket. Or you can pocket all the balls in order from 1 to 6. Most difficult is to pocket each ball in its own particular pocket. This could keep you whacking around the balls for a good few hours. Control is achieved by positioning the cursor where you want the cue ball to strike. Strength is controlled by pressing the fire button or spacebar when a rising and falling gauge is at its peak. More delicate features allow you to impart spin to the ball. So if you're in a straight line with a ball hanging on the tip of the lip of the pocket, you need to select B for backspin and hit the ball with maximum power. So if you hit a key for spin, then you would then screw back and prevent the cue ball from following the object ball ignominiously into the pocket. Other spin options include top and side. Hustler's display is straightforward and clear. As you would expect, the base surface is green, though it does look a little bit faded. Position the cursor, select strength, and spin pot away, and you'll beat Steve Davis in no time. Oh, look, there's another Blaby game coming. Cushions and balls are red. Movement is smooth and realistic, despite the slightly small dimensions of the playing area. Sound is unexceptional, but the theme tune pinched from TV's Pot Black is jaunty enough. Something to look forward to. Second opinion. The aging nature of the game is reflected in the price and consequently probably presents better value than any of the other snooker and pool games on the market. The ball movement is admirably fast and smooth, although it's going to take some practice to get used to the angles. The screen colours are rather off-putting and could have been done in darker shades for more impact. Worth a look if you don't already have a pool game. Good news. 1 or 2 play options. Choice of spin. Smooth, clear graphics. Reasonable price. Yeah, $2.99 is a reasonable price, I guess. Bad news. Hard to be completely accurate. Won't prepare you for the real thing. Graphics 66, Sonics 52, grab factor 53, staying power 62, overall rating 59%. Well, I guess we can have a quick go of some pool in. Okay. There we go. Get ready for pop black. There you go. It's a little quiet. Sounds like I did it in basic. I didn't change the title, did I? Nope. Here we go. Better. The Hustler by Dave Collins. I do remember watching Pop Black back in the day. Was it 40 something years, almost 40 years ago or so? uh, Alright, let's get started here. The high school screen. Nothing on there yet. We'll just go for any ball in the pocket. Okay. Oh, I suck at pool. And they're all back in a group. Oh, that's 5 shots for a foul. Yeah. This is pretty basic. Oh, yeah. There you go. Perfect shot. Yeah, 2 in a row. How about that? Yep. Perfect. Yeah, it's exactly as planned. Ooh, that was close. B for backspin. Alright. B for backspin. Hey, we did. It's not going to go in. Oh. Well, that didn't work. Oh boy. Oh! Well. Uh, this is the last ball. Oh boy. Oh! Backspin. Hey! 28 shots. Yeah, good night, listening to you. Have a good night. We'll get the balls in order to try. See how well that works. It's going to be terrible, I'm sure. But they numbered them at least. Ugh. Oh, that didn't work. Oh. This is going to be fun, this is. I'm going to hit the 6, aren't I? Okay. Oh, come on. Might be at this one a while. Yay! 1. It's 1. Ow. Ow. Okay, it's 2. Oh. Okay, should hopefully get this in, shouldn't we? Yes. How do we get the 4 from here? This is. Sure, whatever. Oh, I missed that. Oh. Okay. A chance to beat 28 somehow. Oh, no, never mind. 30. Oh, come on. Oh. Sure. Oh. Finally. 33 shots. Well, I think we get the idea. It's pool, kinda. Oh, hey, got a raid from Mr. Lou. We gotta just been playing pool terribly. Yeah. Good morning. It's 10 p.m. but whatever. It's nearly morning, I guess. Anyway, we can have one more go, I guess. Try the balls and we'll see if we can improve on our 33 shots. Alright. Yeah. Well, that worked out well. Oh. I missed that. Go. Oh, alright. Oh. It's alright. Everyone's welcome. So enjoy a pool. Oh. Oh. That's gonna hit the 5 if I do that. Okay. Should be able to get this in, shouldn't we? Now? Alright. Yay! No! There we go. Oh! Forget the timing. Yeah. Well, 2 ball went in the pocket. Yeah, we're not being 33. Definitely not being 33 now. Obviously terrible at pool, just like in real life. Do top, there you go, top spin. Oh, still missed it. Back spin. Okay. Okay. Oh, this time that's for sure. Hey. Yay! 50 shots. Well, didn't beat 33. Alright. Go into the. Get back to the magazine. Look at next game. Silence. Pop black. Next game is Remote Excavation Module by Blaby. Our favourite publisher. Yeah. I suppose it was inevitable that a copy of that great game Boulder Dash would appear, but even though this one is a lot cheaper, I don't think it will give much competition to the original. It's set in an underground vault where a remote excavation module, REM, has to collect radioactives before moving on to the next of 20 screens. The playing area is a very large cavern that has been filled with volcanic rocks, earth, radioactives, and aliens. On each of the 20 areas, there are a number of radioactives lying around to be collected, or created if there are none. Once the correct number has been picked up, you can move on to the next level with a new layout and new difficulties. As the REM moves about the screen, you notice that this game's one big failing. The scrolling. It is absolutely awful and guaranteed to bring out the worst of migraine sufferers. The controls also bad, since it is difficult to calculate when to change direction, when being chased, or about to be squashed. If you can cope with these problems, the game presents a challenge, but I suspect most people would rather have the real thing. Once inside a cave, the physics of the game are much like Boulder Dash, with gravity affecting both rocks and radioactives, creating the danger of you being squashed. If you do collect enough radioactives within the generous fuel time limit, you can exit to the next screen or continue collecting for more bonus. A bonus is also given for fuel left, and once you've completed the level, you're given a code allowing you to bypass it next time. Every fifth cavern is a challenge stage where bonus points can be earned but lives can't be lost. If you get far enough, you start to encounter the three forms of alien life that have invaded the caves. Glomps are first, and these smiling red-faced chaps home in on you, killing you on contact. Spidons are similar, but when crushed by a rock, turn into radioactive blinkers. Blinkers don't kill you, but sap the fuel supply when they touch the REM. The whole thing is played at a much slower pace to Boulder Dash, with the graphic inadequacies, won't set the pulse racing. Second opinion, it's certainly the scrolling that's the problem with this. If it were about 200% smoother, the game would be a reasonable budget alternative to the real thing. As it is, It can only be recommended to masochists and rock fetishists. Wonderful. Good news! 20 levels. Some stages are difficult. Bad news. The scrolling is diabolical. Control is difficult. It's thoroughly unoriginal. The whole game seems to operate at slow motion pace. Graphics 32, Sonics 37, grab factor 33, staying power 49, overall rating 39%. So it's better than Life Expectancy 0 was. So it's something. Okay, let's get this set up then. Okay, oops. Don't minimize that window. Okay. Off we go. Oh, it's getting louder. I didn't spell baby correctly. Wonderful. I can't spell excavation either. Professional streamer. Alright. So high scores. Start the game. Hop, 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 hop. Hop. Oh, it's gonna be fun. Okay. How many more do I need to get? Radio actives. 2 words. Living. 3 to go. One. Okay, now he's got to find the exit. Sure, it's around here somewhere. Oh, there's more than one. There's the exit right there. All the points. Yep. Great X is the next screen is Moria. Press spacebar. That's Kevin 2. I'll probably have a problem if I actually go all the way down there. Or is it? If I take that, it's going to... Yeah, that'll work. Here. $30 more to get, huh? Okay, that worked. Kinda. I got 24 to get. Okay. It's 21. Where's the exit? Controls a little slow. 3 to go. There's more than 3 on the screen, so... That's enough. Now to find that exit again. It's a piece somewhere, isn't it? Here it is. Yay! Code access, so the next screen is Victor. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, squished. Try it again. Okay. Okay. 40 to get. Okay. Progress, I think. 25 to go. Okay. Hmm. Okay, 17 to go. Just have to open this up, huh? Hmm. Oh, you get squished by the radioactives, huh? I gotta do it all again. Just open this up and see what happens, I guess. Yeah, that's gonna. Yeah. That was stupid. But yeah, that's REM. It's it's Boulder Dash pretty much. If you like Boulder Dash, fine. But the original Boulder Dash is probably better. Anyway, we can play that long enough. We can head back to the magazine again. Okay, next game is Caves of Doom. Another budget game. Yay. Yeah. Masters trying to keep up their amazing performance on the Amstrad with yet another budget release that is worth every penny of £1.99. It's another small adventure with new tactics and features, including a screen design function allowing you to change the whole nature of the game. The game is set on the planet Doom. Rings a bell, but no doors. Oh. We have to find 5 keys hidden somewhere in the 30 locations. You control a character with a jetpack who can walk or fly through the screens packed with danger. Most locations have a number of coloured walls, which initially cannot be passed through. When you've got the right colour key, the walls no longer stop passage, and new areas of the game are opened up. In this manner, collecting one key will enable you to go and find another. And it'll also open up sections where the jetpack fuel is contained. And this is the stuff that keeps you up in the air, and in the initial setup there's plenty of it about. There are different coloured keys and doors, but one of the keys, the yellow one, is in 3 pieces and has to be pieced together. And there's even a teleport function in one area. The hazards come in 3 forms: homing, pattern following, and static. The homing ones are the nastiest, since they are fast-moving men who scuttle towards you like something out of a zombie movie and can move through any obstacle at all. Through walls like cheating. To avoid them, you need quick reactions and the ability to fool the man into letting you sneak past. He looks extremely silly coming towards you, but he's highly dangerous. Other moving dangers are robots, guards, and birds, but these follow patterns, so they can usually be snuck past with some careful timing. Most of these are crudely animated again, but quite nicely drawn. Non-moving hazards have to be learnt by experience, like spikes, bushes, and pillars, and can be difficult to avoid in tight corners. The problem arises when you need some close manoeuvring, because it's difficult to position accurately with a jerky control. There are also points that shoot bullets, and these act like Gatling guns, spinning around and blasting intermittently. The thing that makes it more than just a simple exploration game is the screen design facility, which enables you to change all the static objects on any screen. You can put in or take out dangers, fuel supplies, and all the other features excluding the moving objects. These don't appear on the editing screens, but when you return to the game proper, they are back in evidence. You are still tied to the defined character set, but it can completely redesign the game layout to make it easier or harder. Once the game has been altered, it can be saved to tape and reloaded for later use. This still doesn't make the game brilliant, but for the price should give a fair amount of entertainment for an infinite variety of possible challenges. Second opinion. After recent Monster Truck marvels, this game came as something of a disappointment. The standard arcade adventure fare left me far from satisfied, and the absence of shooting struck me as a real drawback. He loves his shooting. I'm not saying it's bad, far from it, and at £1.99 you shouldn't really grumble. But Monster Truck now have such high standards to maintain that anything less than excellence is enough to make you cry. Good news, the initial 30 screens are tough. Screen design allows lots of variety. Nice variety of dangers and obstacles. Color-coded doorways make life complicated. Bad news, graphics and sound are mostly simple. Not much mental stimulation involved, just exploring. Graphics 59, Sonics 26, grab factor 63, staying power 67, overall rating 66%. So let's try the game then. Let's see. The file name is Cave Doom. Okay. Caves of Doom by Robert Sanson. Mr. Chip Software 985. Caves of Doom. Editor game, load and save. Mr. Chip. We'll just play the game. How hard could this be? Yeah. faster. Oh, I'm using the... There we go, that's better. Guess the keys seem slow for whatever reason. Yeah, that's better. Go through there. Oof. Yeah, at least we have... Yeah. Guess the keys did not work very well for whatever reason. Weird. The joystick controls are fine, so... Oh, up in here. Oh no. Oh, don't touch the walls. Some fuel out here. Oh! Yeah, don't touch those. Oh. Oh! Do it all again. Okay. Oh, jeez. This looks complicated. We'll go back this way. Can't go that way. Oh! Oh no, that's... get caught there. I'll wait this time, because you're just going to get caught if you... Yeah, just run this way. Here we go. 2 points. Oh. Oh, yeah. Trying to be accurate is... That's not going to work. Guess I've got to go this way? I don't know. Yeah, here we go. Oh, jeez. Ah! Oh. I don't know where to go anyway. I need to find where the keys are. Can't go down. Well, this is one of them games. Try again. It's the reason the game gives you 10 lives. I think it's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 11 lives. Maybe 12, I guess, if you count what you've already got. Go this way for a change. Jeez. We've got a key. Oh, you're not killing me. Oh, that did though. We've got a key though. We can't go through there because it's dark blue. Oh, okay. Okay, we've got the green key now. Oh, okay. These green round things kill you. Oh, no, they don't. Good. How do you get through that door? That door seems like a trap. It's up here. Oh! Oh, that kills you, huh? Can't really do much in there then. Oh! Too far. Oh! Platforming. Oh! This room seems different. Oh! Oh, the clouds kill you! Because of course they do. Not going to touch the house. That probably also kill you. Oh, come on. Uh, oh, indeed. 311 points. I don't think they need 5 digits for the score somehow. Yes, clouds are deadly. Everything is deadly. Oh, right into the spikes. have a heart attack every time you die. Oh, it is so tight. Oh, yeah, you do it from below, and it's below you. You just gotta wait. Oh! Do it all again. If only you had a gun. Let's set my rest point here. Yeah. Ah. Oh! Don't touch those. Oh. Don't touch those! I bet this house kills you. Oh, no, how about that? It doesn't. That's something that doesn't kill you. Pass here is going to be fun. Here you go. Jeez. Oh. 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 Yeah. One last attempt. Yeah. Oh. 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 Go this way for change. Yes, been up here. Oh boy. Oh! Them spikes. Oh! Oh, I'm not gonna fit through there! Oh, I can go in here. We have the green key, so we can go through that door. Don't hit the spikes. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Gotta go to. Yeah. Oh. That's gonna be interesting to dodge. Through that. I'd say you probably don't. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure there's some very highly specific route to go through everything. I don't know what it is. Yeah. Probably doable if you have one certain route to get everything, basically. Anyway, we can go back to the magazine again. Probably at 11 o'clock, nearly. We'll do one more game, I think. Magic. Oh yeah, that's right. Magic. It's not even a game. You've got endurance, quiz quest, and I think that's actually it. Yeah, it's okay. So we've got magic, which is not a game. Okay. Yeah. So we've got magic. We've got endurance. We've got Aladdin's Cave. We've got Quiz Quest. 4 games to go. Do we keep going? Well, we'll get magic out of the way. It's a non-game, really. We'll have a look at it since it's reviewed. I think. Oh no, I did find a disk image for this. I suppose we read the review first, won't we? That's a good idea. So, magic. This is the latest in Macmillan's rather strange software range. Strange because the programs are neither games nor straightforward learning programs, but aim to combine the best of both of these worlds. This program, unfortunately, seems to have ended up with the worst. The program with the accompanying booklet is supposed to teach the young beginner the rudiments of magical skill. The booklet is useful and informative, but the program really is a waste of time. In the booklet, you get instructions and diagrams teaching you how to perform a number of classic magic tricks, such as making a coin disappear, producing an egg from nowhere, or finding a card chosen by a member of the audience. The program aims to let you rehearse these tricks with the aid of a unique assistant, your computer. Well, give me a person any day. The graphics represent a stage with curtains and flickering footlights. You rehearse the trick with a computer. For instance, in number divination, a series of figures will appear. You, the magician, key in what you think should be correct. If you're right, a crocodile will emerge from a box and gobble up the number. Yeah, it's pretty boring, but if you stick at it, It will probably instill a magical routine in your memory. You can also sequence a complete show and choose the musical accompaniment from a number of tunes. Then you can go through the whole thing with your unique assistant. It looks like a sad card on that screenshot. The trouble with this program is that it will appeal only to those with prior interest in magic and will pretty quickly exhaust even their patience and attention. Second opinion. This game didn't conjure up much excitement in me, except for when I decided to make it do a disappearing act. Everything is so long and drawn out that it hardly seems worth finding out the secrets of the trick, because it won't interest anyone for as long as an actual show. Most of the graphics were uninspiring, and even the very tunes didn't raise much interest. If I were you, I'd just buy a book. The program is superfluous and too much like hard work getting through. Good news? The booklet. Bad news? Neither one thing nor another. Very dull if you've no interest in magic. Very dull even if you do have an interest in magic. Graphics 41, Sonic 65, grab factor 35, staying power 25, overall rating 37%. Still better than life expectancy 0. Now we can get onto the game. Quote game. I never even changed the game name from before, did I? Brilliant. Oops, I didn't. Ah, the professional touch. Could use a colour other than dark blue. What is the secret password? Type in the password and press enter. Magic. What is your name? No, not taking your name. The professional touch. What do you want to do? Tricks, sequence, show. Press Control and Tab to return to the screen. Press the spacebar to select and then press enter. See the tricks. What have we got for tricks? It cycles through them all. Pick what you want. Number magic. Total bemusement 21. Magic birthday. Number divination. Think of a card. Calculating brain. Now you see it. Number magic. Total bemusement sounds like fun. What do you want to do now? The magic. Total bemusement. 1. A member of the audience gives you a 3-figure number, e.g. 247. Make sure it is not the same backwards, e.g. 343 or 222. Will not work. The number is reversed, 742. The smaller number is subtracted from the larger, 495. Reverse the number, 594. Add the two numbers together, 1089. The number is always 1089, whatever the member of your audience chose. Go on to the Magician's Tips to see how to present this trick. Yeah, this is all this is. Magician's Tips. You need a pencil and a piece of paper for this trick. Invite a member of the audience to help you with this trick and ask them to come forward to the computer. 3. Ask the audience to be very quiet while you look into the future. Close your eyes and put your hand to your head. Say aloud, the future has opened up. I now have the answer I seek. 4. Take the pencil and write down the number 1089 on the paper. Say that this is the answer you sought, but do not let the audience or your helper see it. Put the paper folded on top of the TV. 5. Ask your helper to think of a 3-figure number and put it into the computer. 5, 6, 7. 6. You reverse the number and put this into the computer. Try to give the impression that it is any old number. You put a fake number. 869, no. Say that you want your helper to subtract the smaller of the numbers from the larger. Ask him to enter the answer. You may have to help him. E.g., 9 take away 4 is 5. 5 take away 7, borrow 1. 15 take away 7 is 8, etc. Just get a calculator. Can't the computer do this? Yeah. Is this something the computer can do? The answer would be what is 765 minus 567? It's not 202, is it? No. Why did you just give us the answer? Stupid. 208, is it? No. I'll have to do this manually, aren't I? I'll just get the calculator up. We start the calculator. Cheating. Yeah, calculator. Okay. 765 minus 567. That's 198. That was close. That's still not what it wants. No, wait, it'll be 765. This is what I'm expecting. It's bringing it into every bit of it. This one. Oh, you gotta do it backwards. Right. What? 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 Okay, here we go. Now, reverse this number, but again, very quickly, as if you had plucked the number from the air. Put it into the computer and press enter. Oops. The right buttons. The right button. Get your helper to add the two numbers, giving help if needed or necessary. Put the answer in the computer. You can't the computer just do it backwards. Then ask your helper to read out the answer. Ask them to read the answer you read in the future. Ask them to hold up the paper for the audience to see. Take your bow. Okay, 12. Now rehearse it. Okay, we'll rehearse it. Jeez. Here's your rehearsal. Oh, we do it on our own now. So, get a number, 276. We reverse it, 672. Okay, so the high number, 672, 276. We enter it backwards. This is 12 minus 6 is 6. And 17, 16 minus 7, that's 9. $3.96. Hey! I can do it in my head. I can still do math. We reverse that. 693. We enter it in backwards. It's always going to be 1089, so there, perfect. Hey! Oh, Control Tab returns. Supposed to return Control Tab. Oh, jeez, don't. Is this Control? That's something else. Okay. We're hitting keys we're not supposed to hit. What is Control defined as here? Right Alt. Of course it is. It's obvious. Which brings up the this brings up the switch window dialog. Of course it does. Yeah, we get the idea. It just teaches you magic. It's not a game, really. So yeah, back to the magazine. Okay. Close the calculator too. Don't need that no more. Okay. Next game is Aladdin's Cave. We haven't missed one here, have we? We've got Aladdin's Cave, got Endurance, we've got one more, haven't we? Oh, yeah, Quiz Quest. It's a quiz game that I never figured out because I couldn't even get it to work. We might skip that one. Okay, Aladdin's Cave. Going late tonight. um, this game was written by the man who brought you one of the versions of Tales of the Arabian Nights. Initially, I had the sinking feeling that this was a rip-off of said game. Fortunately, as you get into the game, the similarity is mostly in the graphics, with a good deal of variety in the gameplay. There are only 16 rooms in the game, but each one has a secret which has to be discovered in order to progress through to the finish. The screens mostly take the form of a platform layout around which Aladdin has to make his way in search of objects. These allow Aladdin, two L's, to transform himself into different states in order to complete tasks or to remove obstacles in his way. The screens are connected in a convoluted fashion which need to be mapped out, and most are full of dangers to which Aladdin can fall prey. Spiders, birds, falling rocks, and monkeys all kill on contact, as do long drops of short ledges if you don't look where you're going. All these dangers move in patterns, so that with a bit of observation and joystick dexterity, Aladdin can get by them. The set of objects on individual screens can be picked up to give you the power to make one of the four transformations into a bird, monkey, dolphin, or genie. The objects have all to be collected before going off screen, or they reappear in their starting places. Once gained, the power will enable Aladdin to get past different obstacles. The abilities of each form are fairly obvious, with the monkey being able to climb things, the bird being able to fly, the dolphin swim, and the genie float in the air. We'll have to find out when these skills are required, but again, it's mostly a matter of common sense. There are some nice features in the game, like a geyser that lifts things up and repelling door plates. The sound throughout the game is pleasant and atmospheric, and if it does start to annoy you, it can be turned off, leaving just the sound effects. The gameplay is fairly simple platform stuff until you discover the multiple powers, but I suspect that even then the game may not be complicated enough for many. Several ideas have been cribbed from Arabian Nights, but the transformations do enough to make the game fairly original, but still a little overpriced for what it is. Second opinion. No, the graphics aren't terribly original. In fact, they're not at all original. That didn't really bother me. I can only take so much originality at any one time. In fact, I quite like the game. Many players may find it too easy, but I found it just right. There were some nice touches. The flapping birds, the monkeys, and the music was suitably mysterious. Not one of those tough, demanding challenges, but a fellow needs a rest sometimes. Good news! Transformations into four different animals. Some interesting screen design and features. Bad news. Small and mostly simple graphics. Not many screens to conquer. Platform elements and similarities to Arabian Nights are unoriginal. Graphics 58, Sonic 64, Grab Factor 64, Staying Power 51, overall rating 55%. Still better than Life Expectancy 0. Okay. Uh, who? This is Arctic. Okay. Okay. Ah. Okay. Yeah, I definitely remember playing this before. I think I did finish it, I'm not sure. If it is, it'll be on my list of all the games that I've finished. Yeah. Let's see if I can remember how to play this now. Up to start. Civilized game. Wait, that's up to jump. Oh, game over. Up to start. Shuffle a rock. The diamond. Avoid the spider. Won't stay on ladders because don't do that. That's why that. Yep. Oh, that's right. I can't get that diamond until I get the monkey power anyway. So doing all this is pointless. I have to go to the left if I remember. Oh no, the rock! Well, never mind. So, okay. If I remember, we can. Oh, there we can't. From here. No, we can't. Yeah, what the fun of it. Oh no, he's falling down the ladder. No, we can't go that way either. Oh. Can we go through the wall on the left there? Oh, that I'm not sure on. Oh, of course! Yes. Yeah. Perfect. Oh, yeah, I overshot that jump, that's for sure. Ah, I did. Oh, oh. Try this. Up we go. Jump. Oof. Almost would have overshot that. Snake. Jump snake. Okay, up we go. Jump for bird. Bird goes up. Oh shit. Jump bird. There we go. Now I think we have the monkey power. Oh boy. Tough to tell where exits are. Well, you can go through brick walls apparently for reasons. Oh, jeez. No, that does kill you. Okay. No, that fall kills you. Okay, that fall's gonna kill you. Alright, we're back. I don't know if I can jump over this. No. Okay. Okay, try again. This way first. Oh no, that's right. Through the wall, because that's the obvious thing to do. Oh, she can jump back. Oh, jumping physics is a little weird. We can't really jump back. Oh, snake got me. Okay, see it this time. There we go. Oh, the anchor got me, I think. It'll just spawn on top of your head if you give it half a chance. No, that's not going to work. How do I get down? I've forgotten how to get down. I think I know. Right. Oh. Get down to the ladder. Alright. Last attempt. Let's attempt to do something interesting. Oh! Can we quit? We don't have a quit. Oh, that's right. Through the wall, because that's the obvious thing to do. these up. Goes down, jump over bird. Banana. 8. Oh! Down the ladder. I think we can land on there safely, yes. Ooh, skull. Here's a feather. What are we doing? Pull down here. No, I can't. Oh, no, go through these walls here. Of course you can. Oh, kick the rock. Good jump. No, the exit's not there. It's down, right down here. I think. Oh, I can turn in the monkey. I could change the bird here. Am I stuck here? What is? I do have to head back then. Maybe. I forget. I've only got one life left. Up. Oh yeah, I oversaw that. We did. Yeah. Anyway, I think. Okay, let's go back to the magazine now. Okay. If I remember correctly, I should. I think I do have a. See, let's have a look at my list here. No, I guess I didn't. I got close when I played the first. Oh, well, never mind. Anyway, let's go on to the next game. Be the last one to go. But it's nearly midnight. Okay. We won't do quiz because it's I can't figure out how to get it to do much. I think you might even have to provide your own questions. It's one of those weird games. But we'll do endurance. This is a game I actually have, so I'm kind of familiar with it. But it's pretty similar to CRL's Formula One, in that you don't control so much the racing, but you watch it. You control the pit stops and so on. Anyway, let's get on this review for endurance. This isn't just a game about endurance. It's one you'll need plenty of endurance to complete and become proficient at as well. The action revolves around long-distance motorcycle racing, in which a 24-hour race, game time, can last 1 hour in real time. We haven't got that much time. Up to 6 players can have full control over 2 bikes each as they guide them through single races or full racing seasons. The game is a strategy one, similar to author's previous game, Formula One, also by CRL. Bikes have now replaced the cars, and the emphasis has been shifted from financial management to bike and rider efficiency. 20 bikes take part in each race, and up to 6 players can control 2 bikes each. You can choose the team name, bike make, and racing colours before deciding the configuration of the bike. So, configuration of the bike. That's what it says. Configuration. Three things have to be determined: the engine running, the engine tuning, handling, and tyre type. The tuning is a matter of balancing 3 gauges for power, safety, and miles per gallon. I presume that's what MPG will stand for. While the handling is a similar balance between speed, safety, and wear. These factors will determine what sort of bike you have and how fast it will go. That's not a selective. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Maybe it's a little piss stain or something. These factors will determine what sort of bike you have, how fast it goes, how reliable it is, and how economical it is on fuel. Another important factor is the tyres, which can be soft, mid, or hard, and will wear at different speeds. The rider is another important factor, and each bike has 2 riders who can alternate stints on the track. While driving, their energy is depleted, but their skill and safety ratings won't change much. Now that you've got your team together, it's off to the races. All the bikes have to be prepared before the race, and with 6 players, all the above processes can take a long time. Now the race is finally underway, and the bikes will whiz left to right across the screen with a grandstand in the background. The top 6 are shown on the leaderboard, with the top 16 in order on the status line. These continually update themselves as the race goes by. 25 times real time. During the race, many events can occur and changes can be made to affect a bike's performance. Numerous problems like crashing, running out of fuel, engine trouble, or bike retirements can all happen and will require pit stops. Once in the pit seat, the mechanics will have to attend to whatever difficulty has arisen, including checking the brakes, tyres, engine, fuel, and chassis if they need work. This takes time, and your joystick dexterity will decide how much time is lost in the race. Races can be anything from 6 to 24 hours long, not real time, so there's plenty of time for things to change throughout. You can even get the riders to try harder, or take things easy during the race, or retire them if they're doing too badly. The graphics are fairly simple, although the pit stops are well done, and the strategy is very tough to get right. The game might be too drawn out for many, but if you like a game that can go on for hours and hours, then this is for you. Second opinion. I find this far too similar to CRL's Formula 1 to be very entertaining. The idea is virtually identical, the only difference being that you see bikes rather than cars on screen. Not complaining, there's no shooty action, I guess. Good news. Very tough strategy to master. Good pit sequences. Bad news. Games may get very boring. Race graphics aren't exciting. There's an awful lot of preparation work, particularly with more than one player. Graphics 52, Sonics 44, grab factor 54, staying power 67, overall rating 60%. Okay. Get this done. Like I said, we won't do Quiz Quest. It's so Quiz Quest got 51% though, so yeah. Okay, let's have a round of endurance. Okay. Yeah, bongo bikes. Lovely. Nope, it's back. Alright. L to load previous game. 1 to 6 for number of players. Go 1. J for joystick control. So other controls. Quest save games. Quest pit stop. Road instructions. I for instruction. Race status and halt. Quit race season. Pit crew move. Joystick. Okay. Okay, continue. That's alright. T to print out, just in case you want to have a physical note of it, you can print it. Player 1. Change team name. Nope. Change bike make. Nah. Don't need to change nothing. Let's just select team colours. Oh, we've got yellow bikes. Do 1 to 20 for first bike. We'll just stick with 1. Keep the character names because you can't be bothered making any up. 3 for second bike. We have a number 2. We won't do a whole season. We'll just do the 6-hour Monza. It's the shortest of them all. On trainee. Okay. Race information. Just T to print out screen. Race preparation. Power. Roll of power. Safety. Roll of safety. Miles per gallon. Yeah, we'll just make it even. Just handling. Speed. Roll of speed. Safety. Wear. That'll do. Mid compound? Sure, why not? Both tyres. Don't know what difference it's going to make. Change rider. Start with you. You've got better stats. Off we go. Prepare the other bike, because we have two of them, of course. Engine power. Safety. Miles per gallon. Just handling. Speed. Full speed. Safety. Wear. Yeah, it'll do. Soft. Hard. I'll go for mid. No, I don't know. We'll start with you. Okay. Now on to the race, I think. Just start screen. Let's go. Right, numbers 1 and 2. We finish first and second? Probably not. See what happens. Relay. Zoom. Yeah, off we go. Boom, 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 boom. Not even in the. What is it? 8th. Got one in 8th place. Oh, Jesus, drop back. Oh, this is going well. Oh, no, what was the instructions? Go for instruction 1. Go, go, go! There we go, he did better. Instruct the other one, maybe he will listen and get better. You know, the top 16. So terrible. Ah, engine problems? Boo! I think it automatically comes in for pits, I think. Right? Yes. Well, this is. Change rider while we're here. Fuel. Tune engine. Get the other dude. Power's all that power. Oh, right. Go this way. How do I generate a bike? Here we go. He's going to be dead last now. After that. Time pits 5 minutes. Ugh. Bike 15, engine problems. Bike 20, engine problems. Everyone's got engine problems. I think number highlighted in red, I think just needs refueling. Pit stop for number 2. He needs fuel, I guess. Yep, fuel was empty pretty much. Okay. That was much quicker. Time pits 20 seconds. Give him instructions to go, go, go. Break 5. Gearbox problems. My guy's dropped off again. Catch up eventually, right? You're doing terribly. You're doing terribly. Oh, here he is. He's at 16th place. Ugh. Out of fuel. I can't tell if he's got fuel. Need to get number 2 in as well. So for fuel. Doing so poorly. Right. 30 seconds. Not even in the top 16. Suspected oil leak. Engine problems. Crash. Frame damage. Suspected oil leak. Front brake failure. Last and third to last. Front tyre puncture. Crash, frame damage. Well, we ain't been first for long. Should be running out of fuel soon. You got the last two. Oh no, got two there behind them. Yeah, out of fuel. Well, we're not last, at least. I guess it's something. And off we go. 20 seconds, yeah, it's better. Where's our status here? This is status, wasn't it? Oh, no. Save. Ignition malfunction. Ignition malfunction. Where is H to hull? There we go. 17th and 18th. Yep, well behind. Yeah. God, it's nearly midnight. Yeah. Front tire puncture. Brake 2 out of fuel. Put him in. Where you fueled that? Did I not bring him in? It's hard to tell when they need fuel because you can't see the number on the status thing. It only does 16. Off we go. 31 seconds. Brake 1 out of fuel. Oh, well, it's time to go, use more fuel. Alright, off we go. Crash, frame damage. Suspected oil leak. Hey, 16th. Engine problems. When last hour now. Suspected oil leak. Crash, right, it hurt. Suspected oil leak. Half an hour to go, I think. Out of fuel. Engine problems. Front brake failure. Refuel. And off we go. 19 seconds. Is that a fuel? Give a chance to react to that, huh? Hey, and off we go. 18 seconds. Rear tire puncture. Suspected oil leak. Oh, yeah, we've passed the 6 hours. This is the final lap. That's not a checkered flag. Terrible. 19th and 20th, we suck. I keep running out of fuel and everything. Well, hell not to play the game. Save game, hell no. Anyway, yeah, that'll do for that. Let's get back to the magazine. Alright. We won't play Quiz Quest, but we'll read the review at least. Quiz Quest from Alligator. $4.99 cassette only. There's nothing like a good quiz program for you to keep you occupied when the tally breaks down at Christmas. This program supplies the goods in terms of volume of questions, but falls down a little in presentation. The game is based on the Waddington game quiz cards, which may explain the curious system it uses. For multiple choice questions, you get a choice of 3 possible answers, presented in sets of 8. If you don't answer them all correctly, you have to go to another set of 8 before returning to the questions you got wrong before. Of course, you may make a mistake in the new set, in which case you have to go to another set before. Since there's a lot of dots there. Dot, 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 dot. Since there are only 3 alternative answers to any question, you'll eventually get them right, but this process seems to be unnecessarily tedious. It's made worse by the fact that you're not told an answer is wrong at the time you make it. So there's none of the jubilation or misery you might feel if you knew how you'd done. The screen display is nothing to write home about. A collection of boxes changing colour. It seems to have little to do with the game. Answers are entered by pressing fire or spacebar when the cursor is on the one you want. Multiple choice has the advantage of doing away with annoying spelling errors. Though the program does ask you about a planet called Uranus. Yeah. It does mean you've got more than a reasonable chance of guessing the answer. The questions themselves, let's face it, this is the important bit, are spread over categories including sport, TV, general knowledge, and pop. Cassette inlay claims over 200 questions per category. No one dispute that. The same questions, though, will recur quite frequently in different sets. You'll find some pretty easy, but many fiendishly difficult. What's the average lifespan of a goose? Even after you've got it by a process of elimination, you are not likely to remember for very long. A bonus is the preparation file, which allows you to make up around 200 of your own own questions. A lot of scope there for the unscrupulous. For another $4.99, Alligator will provide a second tab with over 2,000 questions on 10 different topics, should you keep going for a bit. Second opinion. I can't say I found this game very stimulating, because it misses the point of quizzes by not letting you play in a group, and not telling you where you got it right or wrong. Group participation would be much more fun. Where's the satisfaction in beating a machine at multiple choice questions? The questions themselves seem well put together and pretty tough too, but a bit more thought on the gameplay side could have improved things a bit. Good news, lots of difficult questions. I can find any questions when I look, that's why I'm not playing it. Make up your own quiz. That's cheating. Extra question tape available. Bad news, takes ages to load. Tape is 10.5 minutes, I think. There's a lot slower games than that. Graphics and sound, a bit naff. Graphics, 13. Sonics, 19. Grab factor, 55. Staying power, 57. Overall rating, 51%. Still better than life expectancy 0. Voice of the people. The people's opinion on games. Jeff Cape's Strongman. Far better than DT's Decathlon, even if it only has 6 events. The graphics are very good, but there is little sound. The events are not just waggling joystick events and detailed apart from the log chopping. Fighting Warrior. If this game had been released before Way of the Exploding Fist, then I would have thought it was great. But as it is, I don't think it's as exciting and playable as Fist. Though it's still miles ahead of most computer games. Chimera. This is very similar to Alien 8, but not as good. Sound is good, but barely noticeable. Graphics are of a very high standard, and in some respects are better than, in some respects, area better than Alien 8. A bargain at the price. When you first see this game, you think, wow, but after the initial amusement is worn off, you would discover there's really not an awful lot to it. Technically excellent, but lacking in playability. Yeah, Kung Fu. I really enjoyed this game. The graphics and sound are great. A variety of opponents makes it more enjoyable than Fist. And fewer commands. Fewer? Is easier to get into. A pity you have to load in a new screen though, and only 2 of them. All in all though, great game. By far, best martial arts game about. Knock spots off Way of Exploding Fists. The graphics are truly brilliant, and the sound pleasing to the ear. My only quibble is the difficulty. I don't think it is difficult enough, having reached the 7th opponent on my second game. Nevertheless, a superb game. Your opponents are varied and interesting, but not impossible to beat once a strategy is discovered. Graphics are excellent, and the game has a real arcade feel to it. One niggle is the controls, though, which only 10 are complicated. At first, the only way to play is by thrashing around with the joystick, and hoping jumping is excellent. Jumping is excellent, with a great whooshing sound accompanying it. Overall, Kung Fu is very polished. Pretty an addictive arcade game. Battle Beyond the Stars. Boring. 3 years ago on a specky this game might have looked good. But in 1986 on an Amstrad it looks positively ancient. To quote the great Billy Bragg, blasting aliens is not enough in days like this. 3D Quasars. I remember playing this game on a Commodore 64 some 3 years ago, and I thought it was pretty good. However, 3 years have passed and the standard of software has got better. Yeah, better to leave this one on the shelf. Here's the funniest cartoon adventure you'll ever take part in. We already played it. Suivo's World. A special or sneak preview of a possible mission. Just screenshots. How the Amstrad Vision compares. Yeah, there's no speech. Possible mission is likely to be available by the time you read this. It costs $9.95 on cassette, or free with a subscription to Amstrad Action. See our special offer, and $13.95 on disc from Amsoft. Stand by for a full review in our next issue. Ooh, we play that in the next issue. Watch out, it's Dynamite Dan! Oh, we've got the Pilgrim. There's adventure games that we're not playing because of the text adventures. Lord of the Rings. Laser Basic. We've already seen that. Pokes for text adventures. Graphic Adventure Creator. Infocom Classic. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Don't panic. And Zork 1. You get your reviews. The Worm in Paradise. It continues on, it's on both sides of the page, isn't it? Just to be a nuisance. Worm in Paradise, 87%. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 93%. Zork 1, 86%. Yeah. Create an adventure and win a disc drive. Durrell. Three stunning new games for the new year from the West Country's premier software house. More previews. Critical Mass. That guy doesn't. It's the guy that wrote the game. He looks like a serial killer with that face. Saboteur. Turbo Esprit. Your planet needs you. More on Durrell. On licensing and hype, we'd never do a licensing deal. You've got to do your own thing. At some point, brand name will not be enough. You have to have quality. On the Amstrad, it's a beautiful machine. My own kids have one, and it's basic. It's better than the apricots. It's really good all round. On the Durrell philosophy of games, we believe in games that are slightly realistic, but not simulations, with high quality graphics and a lot of fun to play. At heart, we're really arcade people. On possible Durrell releases, Saboteur 2 is a distinct possibility. Yep. We'd also like to do a 3D car game, possibly a Rally Thunderbolt 2 is another. Possibly a Rally. Thunderbolt 2 is another possibility. It could be a 3D scramble type game based on the American A-10 anti-tank plane. Genghis Khan with Mongols on horseback, pillage, etc. is also on the cards. Cheat mode, we got to cheat. How to beat all the opponents in Kung Fu. Codes for hacker. Soul of Roa solutions for everything. Yeah, map. This for hacker, is it? I guess. Galactic Plague. If you're having trouble with any of the screens, and several people have pointed out a handy cheat that can be used on any screen to take you to the next. Just press the letter R. So you just press R and you go to the next screen. Gives you a massive. Your bonus making massive scores possible. Yep. Just press R and it'll take you to the next screen. Wonderful game. Map for Obsidian. Tornado low level. Big League Soccer again. It's still going. You got a map for Dragon Talk. Expectancy did the maps themselves, even. Strange Loop map. What size of the thing? Oh. It is 18 past 12. We're nearly at the end here. Strange Loop, shocker. Oh, here we go. See how many of these scores are fake. 2,099,250 on Defend or Die. Okay. Highway Encounter, 76,120. You'd have finished it. Maybe on the fourth loop of that score. Hunchback, 1,506,000. 508,000. Can't tell. So I've got 1 million exactly. Good going. We've got another page of scores. Ron goes digging. £1,710.38. Ooh. Does it have scores over 38 pence? I think it only goes by tens, doesn't it? I don't know. I forget. Saberwolf, 38,675. I can beat that. Yeah, Kung Fu, 5,911,120. Yeah, I've been playing that one for a while. Wizard's Lair, 168,000. 2,193,000 on Way of the Exploding Fist. Again, we've been playing that a long time. Well, yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you get your high scores. Play in the dark. Savings. Overseas readers can join in. Readers in the Republic of Ireland can order any of these goods at the same rates as British readers, provided that payment is made in pounds sterling. If you wish to pay in Irish punts, you must add a £3.50 Irish surcharge in addition to allowing for the current exchange rate. That's what it cost us to pay in your checks and postal orders. Readers elsewhere in Europe must add 25% to the cost of their order to allow for extra postage rates. Payment must be in pounds sterling. If you live outside Europe, please add 50% to the cost of your order to cover postage. Please also specify whether you require airmail or surface delivery. We will pay refunds in cases where the postage turns out substantially cheaper than the extra money you have paid. Once again, payment must be in pounds sterling. Reader's charts. This is serious software. Mouse is not software though. AMX mouse is not software. It's a mouse. Visual Studio Light Pen, I'm sure it comes with software. It's Light Pen, it's not software. Here we go. Top 20 games from the readers. Way of the Exploding Fist, Sorcery, Yia Kung Fu, Highway Encounter, Sorcery Plus, 3D Grand Prix, Boulder Dash, Combat Links, Nylaw, Alien 8, Starion, Saberwolf, Woo, Frank Bruno's Boxing, Daddy Thompson's Decathlon, Ghostbusters, 50 game. Is that cassette 50? Everyone's a Wally, Match Day, Formula 1, Non-Turquoise. Wonderful. Graphics Adventure Creator Special Offer. Save £3 whole pounds. Save £3 on Elite as well, because that's expensive. normal games in here. Anyway. Yeah. Go for gold. They're Amstrad, they're American, they're amazing. They're talking about US gold. Yes, US gold. Start of the US gold rush. Next month, we got a full report on the second Amstrad show. All the hottest and newest hardware, software, plugins, stick-ons, and pullouts. Plus photos and glorious Amstrad Action monochrome. Good. Massive maps, not just one, but two full Amstrad Action color mega maps are being plotted in the top secret special ops room. Can you wait? You'll have to, but it's going to be worth it. Alright. The advertisers index. Set to stun, ready to run. No, I've got this advert again. The Thunderbirds game that doesn't exist. Well, it doesn't exist on the Amstrad. It does on the Spectrum and C64, but that's not what's important. Also, it says Amstrad. Can't spell it right, can they? Nomad. Ocean. Spectrum 795, Amstrad 895. The vastness of space lies the heart of an intergalactic criminal network. Okay.